Thought I'd introduce some foreigners, I guess, today. Trump World Order, baby. Perfect. Did you ever lose faith in the guy? Saving the world. Hello, welcome. Trump World Order. Make everything great again. Oh, those beautiful flags. Missing out. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Memorial Day, deal with Iran. Imagine all the Trump haters, though. They're going to be like, he's only doing it because it's Memorial Day. He just wants a new holiday. Dude, at this point, we're going to make a holiday for him. He's done so many things that are just exactly what, you know, it's common sense, too. It didn't take a genius to do it. It's a good thing that we got a genius in there. 4D chess player. But the fight is not over. Trump World Order. World Order. Forcing Europe to come to the table. Forcing China to speak when they do not usually. Talk about make America great again. You already made it great. People bowing down, having to listen to us. That's right. Congratulations. Good job, team. I'm going to go out for a second run right now. See if I can get some jobs done. Up on the ratings. Finish out this week with the best month that I've had in probably like 8 months. Because, like, since I had my last bike. If I had my last bike, fuck, man, if I had that thing fixed, I'd be making triple. I'd be making 36 to 60 or even 70 bucks a day automatically, like in just one run. That's what I was making the last time. When I had the last bike, I was making regularly 35 to 70 bucks a day. just on the bike. If I had a second bike, I would have been making about $140 at least. Because I'd be able to go out for 3 runs. And that was the whole thing. That's what I said to the people around me. Hey, if I could get to that level in life where I have 3 batteries, bikes to, run these jobs, I'd be making I'd be making more money than I would be at a 9-to-5. But I just can't get those tools. I'm poor because I don't have the tools. That's literally the only reason why. It sucks. If I could get at this point, it's like $1,000, I'd be able to start, get everything fixed, get everything going, and start saving up for a vehicle. Be nice. But I can't borrow $1,000. People can borrow $500,000 for a house, but I can't borrow $1,000 to go and make triple the amount in about a month. Doesn't make any sense, does it? You saw the foreigners come into the country and get all these free tools. They got the tools handed right to them. They even had houses handed to them. There's an advantage that's been had over your own citizens. The ones that didn't make it yet, they're not just down, they're, buried, basically. But it would take just a simple tool, having access to tools. Get them right on their feet, but people don't think in that way. They think, let's give them free food, let's give them free this, free that, but nothing to actually perform at the workplace. Nothing. It's kind of weird, strange. You would think that they would want to put discounts for auto sales. They would want to do something to make the economy run better. I look at DoorDash and Uber and what they have these benefits on the cards, or at least back when they did the old card system, they had benefits, but these benefits were like massage parlor, and you want some cheaper travel or something, and it's like, dude, how about some deals on some maintenance for my vehicle so I can continue working for that company? But you can see their priorities weren't really set straight at first, were they? They're into massage parlors. Why would you? That makes no sense. That's weird. A place that receives tips. Can't. Strange. Is there more than that going on? Let's go with Trump. This is the Trump world order. We're almost there. Now, when people finally find like that moment of peace, they're not going to know that they're in peace. You're not going to know that things are peaceful, things are perfect. That's the problem with chicks, is when things are okay, they want to add havoc and chaos because they're just, so emotionally unstable that they want to add some problem into the mix because they can't handle peace. So basically the problem with this country is that we have leadership like that isn't stable-minded like Trump is. We got a bunch of people that Christy knows that want to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on things that we don't need to spend money on just for looks. Not even good looks either. I mean, I didn't really like their memes. It's kind of a waste of time. They were really spending money on memes. That's insane. They spent a dime on making those memes that they did. That's insane. But that's who we got in leadership right now. It's not just Trump. Here's the thing: is that Trump's in there, but look at all the people around him. There's some people that are right. Oh, he's surrounded by buffoons. Well, a lot of those buffoons are the women that they're mentally unstable, so they can't really accomplish anything. They just want to be emotional and crazy. Stop putting the females in charge. We can fix everything. They shouldn't be given this much fucking, like, just... They shouldn't be given keys to the castle like that. It's insane. I don't know how we got ourselves into a world where women own everything, and then they actually don't even own it. They're in debt. Every one of them's in fucking deep debt. They think it's a good thing that they're in debt. My credit limit's higher because I'm deeper in debt. Great job. You have anything to show for it? I got this jewelry. People are complaining about Trump's ballroom. I'm like, dude, the freaking thing is it's a fortress to protect the people, the visitors that come to the White House. Like, every chick should be standing up with that. They'd be like, yeah, we want a safe dinner room for people to actually visit and do negotiations with our country. Every woman should be standing up for that, and, in the way that, hey, that's something beautiful. That's something that they want to do. They want to beautify things because they think that'll bring peace, and it's fine. It's not bad to beautify things. Nothing wrong with that. Just do it for cheap. Look at what Trump did. He did it for cheap. They want $1 billion extra amount of money to build it more, and it's like there's a reason for it. It's supposed to be a fortress. It's supposed to protect the president and everybody else who comes and visits. You can't just say that it's a silly, that it's not a good investment, because it's totally a great investment, even if it was an investment. He got $300 million, I think it was a full $300 million, crowdfunded to build, a portion of it. Well, it's going to cost a little bit more than that, but they came up with the plans. Probably a lot of the money came with a lot of the engineering, the plans. I'm sure he's hiring real engineers. But there's a lot of pieces moving right now, and one of these pieces is Iran is kind of forced to make a deal with us. And part of that deal might be them giving up their nuclear stockpile, which is amazing. And that's how the Trump world order works. If anybody lost faith in them, it's like you weren't paying attention. It wasn't hard to go with the plan like this, and we didn't really have much of a choice. Couldn't say, oh, we're getting into another war. Oh my God. Like, everybody's acting like fucking lefties, like woke about it. Like, dude, we're already there. We've been there. All right, fine. I'll do that. But where am I going? I want to see where I'm going first. Okay, so I'm literally just... I have to. Alright, fine. So, you saw it in books. does it feel like I have a flat tire? I think I might have a flat tire right now. I do. What the fuck did I hit? Dude, are you serious right now? I have a flat tire right now. I didn't even hit anything. Are you kidding me right now, dude? Yay. Can't complete my job because people are leaving stuff on the road. You gotta be kidding me, dude. What the hell? I didn't even run anything over. Oh my god, dude. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, it's a fucking... What is this, dude? Dude. You gotta be kidding me. Did that really pop my tire? That's insane. That's absolutely insane, dude. Just every day, I can't get anything done because people want to leave their fucking trash on the ground. And somehow I'm lazy. Dude, that's insane. I have a tire, but I gotta stop my fucking dash. I can't complete these orders. This is insane, dude. So I didn't bring my, I left behind my Allen wrench, so I can't even change my tire there. I gotta walk this thing all the way fucking back. This is what I gotta deal with. Every other day is just another surprise of, hey, guess what? You can't get done what you need to get done. Yesterday I was trying to fucking sleep. Somebody screaming into the window. Like, what the fuck? I can't get anything done because there's always somebody trying to, like, bother me. I make $20 in a fucking day. People are buying me fucking toothpaste and toothbrush. What the fuck? 5-star rating. I'm pretty sure my breath's fine. I'm pretty sure my appearance doesn't fucking matter to anybody. It's like, give me tools. I need tools. Give me 50 fucking, tubes or something. Don't waste your fucking money on Rocher fucking gum, like candies and shit. Jesus Christ. Stupid. The mentality of some people is just completely fucking childish. They hate so much that when they have an opportunity to help, they're gonna do something hateful instead. And they don't even think about the common sense. What does this person actually need? Well, right now, I need to go use my last spare tube and then buy more tubes. Just to make sure that I'm up on tubes for the next flat tire. By the way, I looked again. There's like a shard of something slammed into the tread. I don't even know what it is yet because I can't take the fucking tube off. But this is just daily life for me. And, God is real. And one day, people will go through the same anguish that I'm going through. And then they'll be sitting there and talking on a video somewhere and saying the same fucking thing that I'm saying. It's insane. But they'll get paid. I'll get haters. That's the difference. There's other people actually, they have the problem and then they get pumped. They get pumped right up. Hey, no, you got a problem? Here's some fucking free ass money. Giving Chud the Builder fucking $300,000. It's insane. You're gonna give a rage baiter fucking money. You can't help somebody that's actually struggling. You just want to chase a fucking hateful message. That's all you care about. Like, that's insane. You know, I had my GoFundMe up for a fucking 8 months straight. A year before that, on a different one, no hits. I got one fucking donation. Thank you. Somebody goes, screams racist shit at somebody, they get fucking funded. That's insane. Because whoever's got the money right now is a total scumbag, basically. That's as far as I'm concerned at this point. Whoever's giving these people money need to be investigated. Everybody who's doing donations needs to be investigated in those donations. Every one of these chicks that get donations all the time through live streams needs to be investigated. I'm sick of this shit. Giving free fucking money to the mafia. You can't even fucking help me. This isn't a God problem. This is demons problem. There's demons. You don't have any money? Is it because you already spent it on the fucking evil people? You already gave them freebies? You give somebody 5 years of, you know, removing stains from their teeth, apparently. Now, this isn't what Trump wants. Trump wants people to get along. And you're all fucking disgraceful people for just like trying to destroy everything he's building. He's given us a chance to work together. Throw your fucking trash all over the ground so I fucking get a flat tire. It's so stupid. Completely working against society, and then you laugh, oh, he's lazy. Yeah, I might be out of fucking energy after walking a bike all the way back to a fucking house 3 miles, dude, after getting hit by a car. Yeah, you might be a little bit exhausted. So I left behind my Allen wrench because I didn't want it to puncture the tire that's in it. I didn't even think, okay, wait a second, I need an Allen wrench to take the fucking thing off to begin with. Because of this stupid design that puts an Allen screw, an Allen bolt, an Allen head bolt in above the axle bolt. It's so stupid. Chinese design. Chinese take our designs and they make them like half as efficient. They make it for cheaper, but they make it half as efficient. Stop it. Do any of you have to deal with this? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of people just sitting there enjoying fucking life. And if you're young, you have every right to. But if you're old, just enjoying it, this is nothing that you had to do. You didn't have to do this for this long. Why? Because the money actually went somewhere. Well, I'm looking forward to the dollar's collapse. I just went to do that job. That was going to be $7 for 9 miles. I was doing it for under the price that I'd like it at. And I had to do 2 orders. So it was $3.50 an order. That's what I was going to go earn. Instead, I just spent $15 to go and do the job, and I didn't get the money. So You got a brand new vehicle. I never had a brand new vehicle. There's a lot of people with brand new vehicles. They can get a lot done with that. They can do they can make 15 grand in a month easy. Not on just DoorDash, just doing all kinds of things. There's people with really nice vehicles. They could be doing a lot of stuff, but they choose not to because they're fucking lazy. I had a run-down, destroyed vehicle, overheating constantly, couldn't even flush the radiator out. I'm doing everything that I can to keep the thing afloat, and I'm making good money at the same time when I had a vehicle. But when you get woke up, your schedule disturbed, being forced out of your vehicle by people on the property, not just one person just being a freak. Yeah. Might not be able to get it. Well, it's not any better on the streets. You got people that go to homeless shelters and they got it way worse. So this is me barely afloat, and I have a home to stay at, but not officially. So people can just abuse me and stuff. They can do whatever the hell they want to me. Utilize the space that I live in whenever they want. So I don't really get the freedom that a lot of you have. And so when I'm saying prepare, I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. If you don't prepare, this is the least of your worries. What you're seeing right here, this, it goes further down. See, I would love to cross this street, but I'm going to wait for these cars to go because they're fully entitled to go. I have a busted knee. My knee is already twisted right now. It's so badly twisted, it hurts. Today it hurts. I've been on my feet a lot recently, so it's my knee is twisted. I gotta leave this car. So stupid. Bike here, just walk back, but it's just it's less about the actual walking as the distance. I don't want to do that twice. But this is just, every day is just another surprise. Yesterday I was trying to sleep all day so I could wake up today, and then I get here screaming into the fucking room. So rude. This isn't Trump, by the way. This is Trump's doing the right things. There's a lot of people riding on his achievements. So I wouldn't be in this mess right now, probably, if I wasn't woke up yesterday. I'd have been more alert, more in the middle of the road. This isn't me just walking the thing forward. I gotta hold the back of the bike upwards, by the way. So you guys think that, oh, that's easy, he's just pushing a bike. No, I'm fucking holding up the back of the bike so it doesn't ruin the fucking tread more. So I have to carry half the bike the whole way. You guys don't know what the fuck, you know what I mean? People are so blind. I bet everybody watching right now probably thought that it's a cakewalk. He has nothing to complain about. He's just walking a bike. No, because it's a motorized bike, there's extra weight, and you can't let that weight ride down on that tread and ruin the tread more. But this is, this is what I get for going to work, right? I gotta ride over somebody else's achievement. I gotta ride in the tail of somebody else's achievement because they got given everything that they needed. And they didn't even achieve it, because I mean, they're leaving their trash all over the road. That's who's in charge right now. That's who's building the country right now. That's why you got inspectors everywhere showing $1 million houses with tons of things wrong. Insulation isn't even done right. Framing, the most important part of the project, isn't done properly. And by the way, for anybody who's sitting there like writing on your achievements, and one of your achievements is that you have more than somebody else, that's not your achievement. You've literally made that person important in your life. So I want you guys to remember that I know that. There's somebody in the comments that's like, I have more than you. That's really, like, it says more about how much you don't have than how much I don't have. Because, you know what I mean? Because I wasn't the one who initiated that conversation. But this whole attitude thing, like, people think that they've won and that's why they're being competitive. Is if I don't stay competitive, then I'll lose my spot in line. Bro, this inequality shit, that $1 trillion can become worth $1 billion overnight. So the money right now that you're sitting there like, yeah, I've achieved so much value. Well, that money can become worthless overnight. This has happened to many people's countries, many people's currencies. So your achievement of having something because somebody else does not have, and that's your achievement, is that somebody else doesn't have it and you do, then you're just trying to destroy the world around you. It's a house of cards. I don't know if anybody realizes that. That's like why Christianity is important. You destroy your surroundings and you don't got anything. It's basically the default society. The only good thing about this is my stand. Put out of the way easy. If I comes down. Not if I can stand. But yeah, people's priorities are way offline. They're like, my priority is to have more than he does. Bro, you want them to have too, because like, I'm not gonna be the one to steal from you, but somebody else is, because they've already tried to steal from me. I didn't have shit. You know what I mean? You guys don't understand. It's the food chain. If I don't have, that means they don't have anybody to rob from. That's why they're robbing you. You get it? Like, if that's your achievement, is that you have and somebody else doesn't, it's got to be the somebody else doesn't have, then you're destroying the world around you. That affects you more than it affects that person that can rise up again. Because now that person is less likely to hand over what they've got. I've become more and more and more frugal, more selfish in the way that I hold my money than ever before. The more poor I get, the more selfish I become. It's like it has an opposite effect. There's people that are out there trying to run emotional psyops. Like they're trying, if we just change their emotion by affecting them negatively, then they're going to learn their lesson. That's not how some people operate. If you're trying to destroy me, the only way to actually do it is logically. can't brute force me. It's that God is protecting me. I am the temperature for, basically, if I fail 100%, then society has collapsed. That's the temperature. That's the temperature gauge. Expect yourself to be surrounded by just like nothingness. There's everything around you is fake at that point. Is that a turtle? I see a turtle. Dude, the guy fucking got out of his car. Keep going, guy. It's been damaged already. That's so sad. Or is it? It's not damaged. It's literally just got... Okay, go ahead. Go. Is that a snapper? I thought it was damaged. I thought it was hurt. But look. Look. It's just a cool little turtle. Wait, you can't see it. Hoping that it would just move. Go. Get out of the road. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm working on right now. Is I'm trying to get this turtle out of the way. Oh. He's just standing there. Go. I can't tell if that's a snapper. I wish somebody was in the chat to tell me. Like a sea turtle. Got him to move. turtle. Right. He's going. See, he looked like he was like damaged or something, but he's not. Hey, buddy. It's okay. I just want to show you guys that he's actually walking. It looks like he's like dead or something. No, he's not. He's good. Good, good. Yeah, see. He's got this. Yeah. I hope he's got this, because like, is he gonna fit underneath that gate? I don't know. I did all I could. Alright, turtle, be careful. So yeah, I don't know if you notice, I mean, people help animals more than they help people. It's insane. It's how much people hate people. We're in a very hateful society. That's why I'm saying, like, AI is the only answer to all of this. Everybody's so fucking hateful that they want to make fun of those who have less and put them down more. But those people, the less that they have, the less that somebody can take from them, and therefore they're going to take from you instead. So it's not the person that you're putting down that's the danger. It's that person that you're putting down, that's supposed to be like bait for somebody else, you know? Like, if you're just picking, you know, an easy fight all the time, then Lucanus, I don't know who that is. But yeah, that's the situation I'm in right now. I got another flat. But yeah, you know, there's people that are funding those who go around and rage bait. You know, they go into jail, they shoot someone, they get funded. Somebody who literally needs like $1,000 right now so he can start saving to get a car, so he can go save thousands of dollars, he can't get that funding. But somebody who says the N-word, it's $300,000. Here you go. It makes a lot of sense. That shows how hateful society really is. That's why, even though I don't identify as a liberal, I might sound like a liberal some of the time. Because I'm looking at a society that's broken, and everybody who has wants to bury the facts, and everybody who doesn't have can't speak up. They don't have a voice. People will spend money on people's weddings, or those who say the N-word, but my bank account will stay empty while I'm struggling. I'm pushing myself harder than anybody who's ever done it. You got all that extra money from funds. It's insane. The less that I have, if you think that I'm like an inferior person or you hate me or something, the less that I have, the less that the other sharks have to eat. So then they start eating you. Just saying. I'll play this game of have and have-nots. I mean, less people that have, and less targets. And then you become a target. Isn't that math? It's kind of how we got into this mess. females are easy targets, so they give a lot of the wealth to the females so that they can, as Asmongold says, one-shot chicks and sell them literally stuff that's going to go in a landfill next week. That's, you know, if you guys are falling for it, you guys fell for it. And I'm getting fucked because of it. You fell for it. You thought Trump was destroying the planet. You fell for it. You fell for it. I don't know why I'm paying the price. If I don't have anything to lose, nobody's gonna, you know, go after you instead. That's interesting. And Trump doesn't want this. Trump wants the economy rolling. Right now, I can't help somebody that needs to go buy food. They couldn't make that purchase and complete that purchase because somebody else decided to leave their trash in the back of their truck and drop $5,000, $10,000, $1,000 from grandma so they can have a house to live in. It's not what Trump wants for society. That's why he's sitting there. He's like, we need to fix the bigger problems. These little petty bullshit issues are just silly. I guess they're going after Hassan for good reason. But yeah, today I made what, 12 bucks, 13 bucks earlier. I went out a second time trying to make some more money, and now I spent 15 bucks because I gotta go put a new tube on my bike because somebody else didn't want to clean out their truck after they're doing their job. But those people are going to be looked at as, well, yeah, they're the backbone of this economy. Oh, okay. People building houses and doing them improperly, not even doing the framing right. They can't even do the fucking insulation right. It's insane, dude. They can't even put a bathtub in right. They got cracks and stuff in the bathtubs that they're installing. Like as if they can't put a solid object in a spot and place it there. That's got to be the easiest thing. It's like putting in windows. Like it's already been fitted for that window. You should have already had it fitted for that bath that you're putting into that. And they're even doing windows wrong. Like these are the people that, you know, people are like, yeah, but you know, construction workers, they need to have a place in this world. Dude, yeah, of course. But you don't have strong builders. You don't have logical builders on site anymore. Why? Because the people that could be doing the job right don't have the fucking tools. Because you gave all the tools away. While you were sitting there like, oh, we don't want to give anything out. Bro, behind our backs, they gave all that shit out to foreign entities. Trillions of dollars wasted on foreigners. Love more than me, or even the same as me. That's what society did. It didn't want productive. Now other people are not productive, and now you're like, oh no, society's collapsing. Oh no, it's Trump's fault. No, you fucked up our one chance to get this shit back on track. Enough of the females in charge. Now, this is insane. They'll spend money on things, but they won't spend money on maybe getting somebody a motor so they can fucking make more money with it. They don't need money. All they're doing is giving that money away to these foreign companies. So on them is spending them, or how to get their nails did when nobody's paying attention to their nails. Nobody gave a fuck that they had it. Nobody likes it. The only people that like it are predators. Yeah, that chick's ready because she's got a tattoo. Yeah, that chick's ready because she's got a nose ring. That's what you're doing. That's who you're provoking. But that's where all this fucking money is going. It's going to those people. And what are they doing with it? They're spending it on these companies that are robbing us from behind anyways, too. So this whole society is going to collapse, and everybody's going to wonder, oh, why is it collapsed? Well, you fucking ignored shit. You saw it collapse, and you didn't do a thing to fucking help it. You didn't speak up. You didn't try to inject good, anything into reality. You just laughed at it. That was your fucking solution, is to laugh at it. I feel great about myself because I have more than someone else. What? What happens when they have more than you? That's not a good thing to lean on. That's not a good. If you want to have an ego, your ego shouldn't rest on someone else's success. It shouldn't rest on, is someone else doing worse than me? If you see a problem, you're supposed to do something to help, to be helpful. So I take the time to be extra courteous. See somebody that looks a little lonely, I still try to, perk them up a little bit. Like, hey, you're human too. I just try to do nice things, spread positive vibes. And I just see a bunch of people just laughing at misery. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? You're weird. So I'm basically just bringing this bike back, putting a new tire on, and going back out to work. That's my day. Go spend 15 and make 12 today. I've been on these streets for a long time without receiving a dime from the government, by the way. I haven't received a dime from the government. I've received in the last, just say 37 years, 36 years, 37 years, I've received food stamps twice. 6 months total. I don't get Social Security, I don't get stuff that actually helps people get on their feet. There's people that say, oh, I'm anxious. Give me free money. What? There's people getting free money because they're a little paranoid. Bro. So if you're weak, then you get shit. If you're just a scumbag, you get, promotions and stuff. That's just how it is. There's people that build the business and then they give one person a little bit of power, and then the corruption just grows from there. The original creator of these businesses didn't necessarily want chaos. Trump, why would he be trying to make peace If you wanted chaos, people that are Trump supporters, they're like, yeah, I fucking hate, you know, things, so I'm gonna be crazy. That's who's that's who's giving a bad name to MAGA. Those people who want to rage bait, those people are making Make America Great Again look bad. It's supposed to be about making us great again. Making us great, not hating everything. That's unproductive. It's completely unproductive. It's backwards. I can't believe you're falling for it. Well, I can. At this point now I can, because I've seen people's true nature. Oh my god, my back, dude. I'm almost there. I should wash my hand off. Yeah, Trump world order means new AI surveillance. Everybody gets washed. Everybody who's snickered behind somebody's back and gossiped behind their back. All that shit is going to get fully broke down by AI, and it's going to be a social credit score. You're not going to be like, you do something against the law, so now you're going into a cage, because you can't do that with everybody. Everybody belongs in a cage. Everybody's done something where they belong in the cage, you know? Everybody's done something reprehensible. So the only answer is AI, total surveillance, and catch those in the act in the future. And that's the whole goal. That's his goal. You want to know the truth, you know, the mass surveillance and stuff. Oh no, Trump's ushering in AI and it's a big scale. Yeah, that's what he's doing, bro. That's what he's doing. No more of this shit with you guys fucking around. You want to hide in shadows and shit. You want to be little fucking goblins. No, you're coming out to the light, bro. No more goblin shit. No more hiding behind masks. Full transparency of the web. That's what I want. By the way, full transparency, it provides higher levels of security for code. So if you can identify this device or that device specifically, then it's harder to spoof, it's harder to hack. So that's one positive about this coming change. This change is coming. You're going to see an AI takeover. Trump is pushing for it. And I think it's a beautiful thing. And not in a hateful way. I just want things to be peaceful. That's where people are like, oh, he said in an evil way. It sounded evil. That's you. That's you. Have a little self-reflection. I'm describing something logical. You're describing something emotional. It built around something that was meant to be logical. There will be universal basic income. Everybody will have access to some kind of basic access to resources. The billionaires will pay for it. You heard Bezos. Stop taxing the people on the bottom. Makes no sense. Even the billionaires are on board with it. We only pay 3% of the fucking taxes, bro. People are like, oh, tax money. It's not the tax money that's being taken. It's these big corporations are taking the profit and they're holding on to it. They have all this profit. It's worse than you think. And it's not just them too. It's also like the people who are salespeople for those companies. That's why I say fire them now. Get rid of those fucking salespeople now, because those people, whoever's in sales right now, will control the future and will have the mark of the beast. But these big companies are the ones that are robbing you. You can't complain about the government necessarily robbing you. They are robbing you, but they are taking too much. But they're not really the ones that are robbing you. It's the billionaires that are robbing you, and then they give a big chunk of that to the the government so they can hold on to a bigger chunk. You don't see that? You guys don't see that. They're okay with higher taxes as long as they can keep charging you more. About 50% of income earners in America pay 3% of the tax. So that means everybody who's making 20 grand a year doesn't need to be having money taken out of their paycheck. That's insane. 50 grand a year, nothing out of your paycheck, etc. If you're under 70 something dollars a year, you shouldn't be getting taxed. And I agree with that. People will be like, well, 70,000 is a whole lot of money. Yeah, but you know, they earned it. You're making over 75 grand right now a year. You have way too much money and you have nothing to be complaining about. But I can't afford a $1 million mansion by the time I'm 35. You shouldn't. If you can afford a shack in a year, buy that fucking shack and start building on it. Stop wasting your money. You're buying homes that aren't even inspected properly, let alone built right. Thousands of millions of dollars. There's a lot of stuff that I have to say that there's something for everybody to hate about my beliefs. That's how it's been from the beginning. So bear with me when I'm talking. I don't aim to offend, but I aim to say it as it is. Or try to get it as close as possible. So right now, I'm pushing my bike along with a fucking flat tire. I'm holding the back of the tire up, the back of the bike up, so the tread in the back doesn't get worn down by the actual weight of the whole bike. I gotta do this because somebody else didn't want to clean out their truck after they robbed grandma of $20,000 to build a house that they didn't even do right. Some of them are robbing grandma for $500,000 up to $1 million. Some of them are robbing your fucking sisters and your brothers. But who cares? Because, you know, they have more money to defend themselves. If you have a problem with me, somebody just hit me with a car, and that's fine. That's how you take care of me. So it's easy, you know, you just completely fuck me over. It's easy to fuck people. That's the whole point. If you're taking advantage of, if you see a small fish and you're like, I'm gonna grab that. Bro, the less fish out there, the more the chance that the shark's going to bite you instead. Keep fucking with the economy. Keep trying to take all the money, make sure every last person doesn't have. Then you are the next bait. You become the bait. You can't sit there and complain about it after the fact. Why is the economy destroyed? What do you think? You did it. America's not going to catch up. You got China ready to take over like the entire manufacturing industry. Are you kidding me? Their DeepSeek was able to do what ChatGPT tried to do for less money and much quicker. China is ahead on technology. They're like, we need to make AI the strongest here in America. Yeah, no shit, right? But that's not going to work because China has already overcame that. I told you the greatest threat is going to be China. They're the ones that are willing to do the work and help their society. See, they know that they make less money if their society is flattened. If you just say, haha, that person has less than me, and you know, just keep living on and doing your thing, then your society crumbles and you make less money, or at least you make less value. Because nobody wants to do business with you eventually. Now, I don't get scammed. Why? Because I don't have anything. Dumbasses. I don't get scammed because I don't have anything to be scammed. That should tell you something. The sharks are not biting me, they're biting you. I am the thermometer. Why am I not dead right now? Because God's real. And Trump is great. Bro, if Trump didn't make it into office, we'd be in lockdown right now. You know that, right? But none of this would be possible right now. We wouldn't be able to speak on this issue at all. If you said anything that sounded like they hated someone in any way, then they would be shut down. But the person who actually hates and is doing like dog calls, dog whistles, setting up all kinds of shit, they're going to get away with it because they're criminals. So, that whole messaging with the no hate that the liberals tried to hold on to was not being enforced. It was not being enforced equally. If it was enforced equally, then things would be a lot different. We would get kids out there that want to speak nasty things and say, no, it was self-defense. Well, we don't know yet. If it was self-defense, what I'm saying is China's going to come. They're gonna get ahead of us, and they're gonna be your next boss. So if you guys want to keep, continuing down this path and say whatever to society, who cares? Your next boss is going to be Chinese, whether or not you're 80 or 20, because their AI will do better. And when they say you want $20 a day to open up this app, and you're like, I'm in, and they're like, gonna hold on to this 20 every day, then don't be successful. Stay in your lair. Here, we'll give you 150 a day. But stay in your lair. That's the kind of shit that's going to happen. That's the CIA model shit that they practiced that they couldn't get away with. Because people weren't in a compromised position like that. They're trying to get you in the compromised position. Once your society is decentralized to a point where I say I think it should be decentralized, once it gets decentralized to a certain point, you become a slave because you have to rely on a centralized system. How do you find the centralized system? You have to put on that phone, buddy. Especially if you're old. Like if you're super old, you have even more of a reason to have to hold on to that technology, because one day where you're going to get retirement from. You think that these companies are going to give you retirement? The dollar's not going to be worth anything. There is a crisis looming, and nobody gives a fuck. They're just going to let society be. I laugh about those who don't have, and that's their great achievement. So when they, see the other person they end up having, they want to destroy that other person so nobody can ever get anywhere. That's what's happened in America. You got people sabotaging each other, and then somebody's like, that person must have deserved it because they don't have anything, so they definitely deserve it automatically. That's not God. That's not what Jesus said. But that's what these people are holding on to Christ. They're like, Christ means that if somebody else has less than they deserved it because God is great. That's total bullshit. That's the mentality that's gotten us into the situation. Everybody's fucking selfish. somebody selfish or spiteful. So I get another $15 today, just down the drain, because Robin Hood stealing from fucking grandma for breaking her yard for about $300,000. Got a couple of nails in there, just throw that in the heat. And I get it, you can't be perfect. You can't be like, oh, well, we're going to make sure every last nail, every last truck is never to land on the ground. I see nails sticking up on a board right now in the back of somebody's truck. It's going to just fall out of the back. I'll have to run over it because if somebody else that has more money than me is less responsible than me. As you can see, the people who have right now are total idiots. And then they think of superstition things. Like, there's people that literally think that if they do anything to help somebody, then it's going to hurt them. There's people that actually have that mentality out there because they're superstitious. They treat humans like a fucking bug. Like, if I push that human in the wrong direction, it might be just too much in the wrong direction. If I give them $1, it's gonna hurt them. What? Because that person has less. If I give them, what is it? They say that if you get rich all of a sudden, then, you know, it ruins a person's life. And that's why, you know, many rich people don't want to help anybody because they don't want to see poor people all destroy their lives or something. That's their fucking excuse. That's their excuse. That's what the people who have, that's their excuse. They use, oh, well, if we affect the ecosystem in some way, then it'll just destroy the whole planet. And that's the excuse that conservatives use to not help anyone. And then the liberals are like, hey, let's give them the money, guys. And then they give it to the wrong person. They give it to an invader. They gave it to somebody who fucking scammed the system. You didn't give it to the person who landed in the hospital, got hit by a fucking car for the second time. You don't see them trying to connect anybody to any sort of help in any way. They just keep living their fucking lives. I already got what I need. That person's got what they need. The people who need the weed, need access to weed, have it. The day after it's legalized. You fucking retards. You fucking conservative assholes. You know, there's conservatives and libtards. Conservatards and libtards. Both sides are fucking retarded because they're too extreme. Heads shoved up their fucking ass. They had their fucking heads in the sand while our country got sold out to the rest of the world. And then they popped their head out of the sand like, there's nothing we could do. There was a great conspiracy. David Icke said so himself. That's what the boomers are doing right now. I can see their fucking heads popping out of the fucking slime ocean that they're in. It's insane. Popping their head. Oh, yeah, this is what happened. We kind of got fucked. You got fucked. The people with the most amount of fucking wealth ever to be recorded in history, concentrated in one generation, it got fucked. Really? I seem to remember a time when I was like, hey, can I get $1 so I can get a soda down the street because it's fucking 95 degrees outside? No. Get a job at 12 or 11 years old. That's what I remember. While you're getting fucking tax breaks, $4,000, $5,000 tax breaks a year just for conceiving me. You're gonna tell me I can't get $1 to go get a fucking soda? Sick. If you don't eat your dinner when we make the dinner, then no, you can't have noodles. You can't eat something else. You can't eat something cheap. You can't have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You're not allowed to do that. That's the kind of shit that I got from people that say, oh, we got fucked. Really? Get a job at 11 years old. Get a job. Really? Hey, Dad, can I get a job? No, you're not allowed to. And haha, you need my permission to do it anyways. What the fuck? It's a retarded generation. Friend. That dog looks kind of crazy. If I had the cameras turned the other way, then you would have seen it. I hope that turtle is okay. Yeah, I want everyone to stop acting fucking stupid about how we got into this situation. This is insane. You know, you had people that had something to do with the problem to begin with, sitting there saying, oh, Trump, he's destroying everything, completely defecting. And look what we got now. We got peace. Because the guy actually had it. If you didn't stay on that Trump train, you're a fucking idiot. You did not understand the big picture. He's handing down the wealth from the older generation to the next generation. And it's going to be done through AI. Use AI to trade, use AI to post, use AI to create new accounts with the security measures. Use AI. Use AI as your new agent, as your new partner. Because that's going to be your new partner. Everybody's going to be assigned basically an agent. That's my prediction, is that in the future everybody will be assigned an AI agent, and that's going to be your ID. So you're going to have a chat that's opened, and that's going to be your whole interface. And you're just going to speak to the AI, and you're going to have it calculate for you. And it'll have charts. It'll have a moving interface, a transforming interface. It's going to be interesting. But it's going to be very futuristic, and everybody's going to be assigned a chat, and that's going to be your AI agent and your identity. So when you speak into it, it's going to be able to analyze your voice, but also analyze your behavioral patterns. So if you're drunk one day, it might detect that you're drunk. So have that in mind too. The kill switch isn't just the only, like the kill switch in the car isn't the only threat. Flat tire, gotta clear switches out. Hope that doesn't rain. It was supposed to rain right around now. I'm glad it didn't. Yeah, society's fucked, and those people who fucked it up need to stop acting stupid about it. Everything that I'm saying on these chats right here gets fed into the AI, so it's like held as a historical reference. my new shirt on too. That just totally ruined my day. It's like a type of wire that I find pretty often. It might be wire from tires. I also don't think it's tires. It's like a hardened steel wool. Applied by scissors. Yeah, I forgot to bring the couldn't fix my tire. So I'm gonna fix my tire and I'll be back. So yeah, it's plugged in basically. What is this person talking about? Be more specific, dude. And there you go. Calm down. Let's see. Get a job with a fucking twisted dude. My knee's like busted right now. I can barely move on my knee, and you're like, "Go get a job." That doesn't make any sense. What you're saying is get an income, and if I were to get an income, it'd be through disability because I have a busted fucking knee that I shouldn't even be walking on. When was that? I don't even know when that was. Like, you think that getting a job you think getting a job fixes the situation at all? It actually makes it worse of a situation because then I'm relied upon for a specific schedule when I'm getting woke up at random times. I can't pick my actual sleep schedule, as well as getting flat tires on the way there because people don't want to clean out their trucks. That is a systemic issue that needs to be fixed. People need to clean out their fucking trucks. Start working as an actual society. Not leaving behind their fucking trash all over the road. Maybe put some of that funding that's been put towards transportation to clean up the roads a little bit. last time I scheduled ahead of time, yeah, the last time I scheduled ahead of time, my rating almost went down because I couldn't make it to the place because I was woke up when I was trying to actually sleep at like 12 o'clock at night. Yeah, I can't schedule for anything in this living condition. It's easy to get to work when you have, money and stuff already to pay for rent and have a contract, have the tools to get it done, and find this hole. Let's see how badly slashed this was, so we can find out. What did I remember this time? Like everybody I know that's gotten into a good situation got loans. They had like thousands of dollars loans. That's how they got to, get on a payment plan and stuff. Who's high all the time? What are you talking about? What is this guy talking about, dude? Yeah, every person that I know that's become successful in some way was given like thousands and thousands of dollars of help to get to where they're at. So it's not very impressive. People that are trying to tell me what I need to do to get by. It's like, you didn't do that. You got help. Many of you had your entire trailer to live in and stuff without anybody bugging you. Full free reign of nobody bothering you while you're trying to get done what you need to get done, but you ended up hitting the crack pipe instead. I didn't. People are hitting crack pipes and stuff, and still getting thousands of dollars to pelt. I didn't do that. I didn't want to. Maybe that's why I'm not getting help, because I'm not a scumbag. I gotta push it out with some thoughts. What are my pronouns? Who said I'm not the type of person? You don't know anything about me. Just stay off the drugs. Who's doing drugs, dude? You have a completely incorrect opinion of me. I don't know who you're talking to that thinks they know me, but you're really going off in a direction that I'm not in. You're over there. I'm over here. Pretty straight. Straight. I'm a dude. So this is strange. Mark said that. I don't know who Mark is, but I don't do drugs. I smoke weed. I grabbed a $10 CBD vape down the street. I don't even drink. That's all I've had in my system for what is it? Since February 2025. I drank one time. So this is what hit my tire, and it doesn't make any sense because it's a piece of like plastic. That should not have caused. It was jammed in the actual tread. So was that a nut? Like a nut that fell off the tree? I don't know who Mark is. There's somebody talking about me apparently because weed is a drug. Says Mark said it causes strong addiction. Who's Mark? Weed is just something like what it does is it helps me get over the basic pain that I'll be dealing with because of right now I'm dealing with a wisdom tooth that's 2/3 of the way gone, which I'll be able to take care of the rest of it myself. It has inflamed like a good 3, 4, or 5 times so far, but in the last couple of weeks I've been able to pull about 2/3 of it. Mark from your channel before, like I don't know this person. I don't do drugs. That's not the only thing that makes tires. I'm not saying people are terrible for helping anyone. I'm saying that
don't sit there and attack me when I haven't received the amount of help as much help as somebody else who actually became successful did. Those people that have cars because they got free COVID money. I mean, I didn't get free COVID money. In fact, I should have been on disability during that time, sick in a bed, dying from fucking getting bit by a fucking spider. Instead, I was getting screamed at, not earning a dime, being told to get a job while I'm crawling to the bathroom dying. Being called lazy as I'm fucking barely able to move because of my bones. My bones and my muscles were completely depleted. But I don't want to hear anything from people that ended up getting actual help, thousands of dollars of help. I have not received anything from the government. I don't want to hear shame when those people deserve shame for getting to where they're at after receiving the amount of help that they've had. They should have already built businesses, full-size, industrial-sized fucking businesses with the amount of help that they've received. And to add to that, industrial sized businesses that I might, if it was for the good right price, I would have been able to work for that person, but that wasn't available because, you know, they decided to be lazy. I don't know what people do with their money. It's insane the amount of money people waste. I see people driving around in full size SUVs like all day. Like at least some people carpool. I give people credit when they carpool, going to do 2 jobs with one vehicle. That's perfect. But don't get on me about, oh, you need to get a job, dude. My knee is twisted right now. It's twisted. I shouldn't even be on it. It's like shooting pain. It's in one spot right now, my knee. But I'm still gonna go and work. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hit my weed, the only drug that I do. So I never really seemed to work. It's a cheap $10 one because the thing didn't work, so they sold a $40 vape for 10. Let's see here, clean this thing out. Like black gunk getting stuck in it. Yeah, I've been staying pretty humble until I got started getting attacked on my ideology and all these other things. I'm sitting there like, you kidding me? It's crazy. I worked hard, worked through pain. Yeah, don't do drugs, guys. And if you don't smoke weed, don't smoke weed. It's not good for you. If you're being told, hey, take some Adderall because you got ADHD, you might need weed. Don't take the Adderall. But if you're not in that situation, I would be taking weed. If you didn't want to do it. this is a very stressful moment for me. I put this tire on, it could either pop immediately because I didn't actually get the thing out, and it's jammed in the tire hard, and I wasn't able to feel it until the tire was inflated, or it's on. So wait. Is Mark a real person? If Mark's a real person, I don't know a Mark. And they're lying. Like, whatever the fuck they're saying, they're lying. How long have I smoked weed for? Since I was about 11. Took about 7 months off one time, and I took about 1 month off and another 3 months off before. So I've taken sessions of not using it for like 1 month, 4 months total, so 11 months total for my whole life since 11. So it's kind of something that I've always done. If he saw me on a bike, I mean, that's just because he saw me riding a bike. I don't talk to anybody. I don't know anybody. Nobody talks to me. Like people will have a random conversation with me sometimes, but it's nothing really special at all. Nobody knows me. Yeah, he doesn't know me because I don't talk to people. Whoever that is, they're making it up. Whatever they're saying about me, they don't know anything about me because people on my channel know me more than people in real life in a way. I don't do drugs. I smoke weed. That's about it. That's it. I was smoking weed, CBD or weed. I smoke cigarettes and I smoke weed. That's it. I don't even drink. The last time I drank, February 2025. Last time before that was, I think, a full year. Weed. Yeah, I smoke weed, that's it. So I don't feel or hear any popping yet. That means hopefully this thing will hold air. So I was dealing with this on top of the treads on my last bike were so like weak because I was getting like the $15 ones or the $10 ones because that's all I could afford. I couldn't afford a $90 to $100 one. So I just keep falling behind. Like it's like if I could get a loan and I could get a loan for exactly what I need, not half-assing it. Like I got this bike as like I needed a second battery to actually make it so I could work all day with it. You know, I don't have a second battery, so I'm kind of fucked. I'm kind of stuck to just maybe a 15-mile order. Arguing with someone probably down the street. Was it a white van? Was it a white SUV? If it was the white SUV, these fuckers, they swerved at me. It was too, I'm not going to say the skin color, but the fact is that they were dressed like they didn't give a fuck. The dude smelled like alcohol once he got out of his vehicle, and I stood him down, and he walked back in his vehicle. I'm like, dude, you smell drunk. And that's when he walked back into his vehicle, and he's like, oh yeah, you know, if I do, you know, fuck around, and I'm gonna get fucked around twice. So he backed down. That's on YouTube somewhere, or some kind of stream, because they were trying to, you know, catch it. The dude had sitting in the pussified fucking state in the front seat of the vehicle. So they're trying to get video of it in the back. I'm just staring this dude down. I'm like, let's go. And I'm putting my bike, I put my fucking kickstand out, and I'm like ready to fucking go. And just like, I'm like, you smell like alcohol. And then he knew I wasn't backing down too, so he walked away. And he ran into his truck and he drove off. Yeah, if you fuck with me too hard, I'll fucking chase your ass down. So for you guys that apparently know me, yeah, if that was that situation, yeah, the person was drunk. And they had swerved and they almost hit me, really, like they were like trying to hit me. And they thought I was just on a little slow bike, so I fucking chased them down. I chased them down. I rode down the street. They're going 40, 50 fucking down that road where they were going. They were going like 50 miles per hour trying to get away from me. I'm like, I'm going 50.
You know what I mean? And then they had to stop, and because somebody else was backing out of the driveway up ahead of them, and they had to stop. So that's when I was able to fully catch up to them. And I'm like, get the fuck out of your vehicle. You know, I'm screaming out, get the fuck out of your shit. You want to fuck with me and shit. You know, the person got out, and I was ready to put the thing down on the kickstand. I'm like, you fucking said you smell drunk. And that, it was like that on top of the fact that I'm like ready to fucking go. This dude gets back in his vehicle, like scurries off and drives off. And I'm like, good. But I went back and I'm looking around the corner and I'm checking to see if they're still there, because I'm like, they could be trying to trail me now and I got to make sure. And I think they were trying to trail me. Yeah, I wasn't fucking around with that shit, too. The dude was drunk too. So I had every right to be pulling him over. I basically did a civilian fucking stop and arrest. You know what I mean? I taught him a lesson, basically. That's what went down. Those fuckers swerved at me, and I was like, I'm not having this, dude. Like, you don't want to fuck with me, dude. I'll fucking chase you down in a vehicle. I'm trying to make sure this thing's fully seated right, because every single time I don't, I get the wobble on the thing. So I just spent about 7 minutes straight doing that. That should be good enough. Yep, that's what happened there. I basically pulled over some drunk fucks, and I told them, I was like, oh, you smell drunk. I believe he said they were not your kind, Color Lake. Yeah. Yeah, no, they were not. They were not my color, but it didn't stop me. And to see them fly around the corner after they swerved at me, and to see them fly around the corner in a neighborhood that I live in, I'm like, no, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna pull them over. So I basically pulled over an SUV with my bike. Brand new shit too. The thing was in real nice condition. I look innocent. I looked, you know, I'm not a drug addict. I don't do drugs. I've never been a drug addict. I have no idea who Mark might be. So, but it might have been the dude that's yelling out of his truck at me like, "Hey, you're awesome," or something like that. I think I seen a dude say that a couple of times, but he didn't reference that he knew me from YouTube or anything. But I have given a few locals my YouTube. No, I don't do drugs. I don't think drugs are a healthy choice for anybody. Weed is the only thing that I get into. I don't even drink. If I drank again, it would just be, one thing, a celebration or something. Like I could celebrate on a 4th of July and just, I can drink responsibly now. It's just when I first started drinking, I was drinking around like people who wanted to just be degenerates every single day. So I grew up around drug addicts basically, but I wasn't a drug addict, so I wasn't, I didn't get all the rides and stuff that they got. I didn't get access to to know exactly where the money was coming from. I had to work for my money. I didn't sell drugs growing up. I didn't do any of that shit either. So if you really want to know, my history, I grew up seeing it all, keeping my mouth shut, and seeing how it worked. But, you know what I mean? I didn't call anyone out. I didn't rat anyone out. I wasn't planning on it. But they acted like I was some kind of rat. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? So I basically got left out of the party, or the cool parties, the ones that I really wanted to go to. And I'm like, I'm not going to these lame ass fucking parties, dude. Hell no. So I just basically went on my own. At like 22, 24, I stopped hanging out with people. I was like, bro. Be right back. We're going to wash my hands.
He might see me regularly on my bike. If he's still out in this area, then he's seeing me out there like almost every night. Collecting diamonds. People who think that they know me, they don't know me. This is what I do. Smoke weed. That's it. I've never been a druggie. People were doing perks and stuff around me, and I was like, why are you doing that? Why are you wasting $30 on a buzz that's gonna get you buzzed for like 7 hours? I couldn't understand it until one day I got my teeth pulled. Like I got my wisdom tooth pulled, both of them, and I ended up getting the painkillers from there, and it was like, I don't know. I just became addicted immediately. I was like, whoa. Oh, that's a mayfly. You're friendly. Do you have an orange shirt? Yeah. You're Nighthawk, dude. You should already fucking know my channel. You've already been here. You know what's fucking hilarious? This pen is actually Nighthawk. This pen was, that's the brand name for this. It's hilarious. All right, I'm gonna put this tire on. Looks like there's no holes in this. Until the next freaking asshole that wants to leave nails and screws in there. Dude, look at this crowd. Well, I got a flat tire again, and this time, like, is that the hole it made? I don't know. But, like, I'm trying to find the other spot where the hole was at, because I already pulled something out. I think that's the only spot, isn't it? No, that's the other spot. That's the spot that I pulled something out of already. It was more like a nut. And then we got that one, which might have been the screw. So I don't know. I gotta get another $30 so I can get 2 more tires. Instead of eating anything good, I'll have to earn that. Because I don't get any money from the government at all. Zero money. Nothing. If I want to eat, I gotta go work for it. But it's kind of insane, the nasty things that people have said to me. It's like, I've received food stamps in my 36 years on this planet 2 times. 6 months total. 6 months total, it was like $500 worth of food. I need to get the tools so that I can go and make the money, so I can get a car, so I can afford the food myself. I don't want the government food. I don't want handouts like that. I want tools, dude. You know somebody who can lend me money? Like at this point, it's like it's gonna take a fucking $1,000 to get 2 bikes together, have all the components that I need, and to be just in a set spot to go and save money to afford the car. So that's how far behind I am right now. It's kind of sucks. I'm getting further and further and further behind. Earlier in this video, what I was saying is that people are kind of laughing at those who don't have, and it's like, if I don't have, then the predators out there they can't feed on me. So the less that I have, I spent in the last month, I've spent $20 last month. It's $20. You don't need a lot. You just get a vape. I don't talk to anybody, so I don't buy actual weed, right? I go to a gas station. Well, I don't go to a gas station. I go to the smoke shops, and I'll get the CBD pens now because I can't get actual weed anymore, unfortunately. Cigarettes are the biggest expense. These are hard, but these are incredibly hard to quit. Cigarettes are not easy to quit. Okay, we got Nighthawk. Are you a kid? Because if you're a kid, then it sounds very childish. Like what you're saying sounds like very inexperienced and very childish. I'm not sure if you're a kid. If you are a kid, don't smoke weed. Don't smoke anything. Eat healthy. Doesn't matter what it is. Don't smoke regular, just, wood smoke. In the 42nd? What's the in the 42nd? You're talking about 42? Oh, if you're not from the United States, then you're not you haven't been exposed sort of to the weed culture that's been out of control. So the difference between there's a difference between just somebody who's smoking weed because they know what it does and it helps them, and then the culture that surrounds drugs and prostitution and all this black market shit. It's like there's a whole difference. There's two different sides to this. There's people who need it. That's me. And there's people who want to party and use it to sell and make money and do other things and screw people over, and there's a nasty culture out there. And I am not on that side. I'm against weed culture. Weed culture isn't a thing. I wear this bandana because it's cooler than wearing what? What am I gonna wear? What is it? I got a camouflage bandana, but it gets old. I'm not smoking for fun. I'm smoking because it gets me right. See, if I'm gonna do something, it's supposed to actually help me. I'm smoking cigarettes. It's not necessarily helping, but it's helping. It's in a way it's stabilizing me because I'm stressed. If I could just buy weed and go to a regular store and buy regular weed and not CBD, then I could probably quit weed. I mean, I could probably quit smoking cigarettes. But if you're from a different country, then you don't understand, and you haven't consumed weed, then you don't understand drugs in general, probably. So that would require a whole different discussion, a whole different topic. There's people that discuss drugs like it's culture. That's like Joe Rogan. Man, we're gonna do some mushrooms and just giggle all night. I want to do some mushrooms and think all night, come up with solutions, and wonder about more than that. I want to use things because they're beneficial. There's a difference. There's people that just want to rot their minds. Weed is a real problem in his neighborhood. Bro, sell me the weed. Show me the weed. Where's the weed? I don't see it. I don't see the problem because I don't see the weed available. Weed isn't a problem. What's a problem is drugs, fentanyl, crack, heroin, doing, things like that. That is a problem. I'll be right back because I'm going to get some milk in my Trump cup. Not mine.
So yeah, that's a whole different discussion when it comes to drugs. Like weed, don't look at it as such a problem. It's not a problem. The culture around it, yes, it's a problem. Sadly, I do want to get into this discussion because this is an interesting topic. If you've, had a preconception that I'm some kind of druggie because I smoke weed, then this discussion needs to be had. Weed has never been the problem. The problem is literally the black market that's created around the weed. So if you can't get access to weed, then you generally have to deal with a black market. If you're dealing with a black market, then that's black money. It's dark money. So anything can be happening behind the scenes with your money. That's the problem with weed culture. Weed itself is not a problem. That's why it's been rescheduled to 3. You've never seen me smoke weed? I've done it a billion times. I am regularly stoned. But the point that I'm making is that weed was never the problem, it was the culture, and it needs to be said. People like Joe Rogan turned this, like they're not the sole reason for this, but they continued that message of, yeah, man, we just want to party and have fun, and yeah, I want to jump around the stage and be fucking Pantera and shit. It's like, that was Generation X. So Generation X had a problem with drugs beyond most of the other generations. The boomers didn't even have as much of a problem as Generation X did. All right. So what they did was they tried to continue the culture. Now they're in their 40s and 50s. They tried to continue that culture, and they thought the culture, like the cool culture, was making it culture. It's easier to buy weed there than bread. No, it's not, because I have not received a single offer of, hey, would you like to buy some weed? I see bread prices on the side of stores. I see more advertisement for bread than I do for weed. The problem with the weed culture, I want to get to the point, is that there's a lot of these pens that are nebulous. You don't know what's actually in them until you've consumed them, or if you have a trusted brand. So if you like a certain brand or like a certain dispensary, then you can buy these nebulous vapes as long as you know what's actually in them. Generally, when you go to one of these smoke shops, you're grabbing one of these vapes and you don't know what the hell's in it. So sometimes you're going to get HHC, which is a synthetic opioid, not really. It's not even an opioid. It's not a cannabinoid. Sorry, not a synthetic opioid, but a synthetic cannabinoid. However, they are selling synthetic opioids at gas stations. The feel-free drinks derived from kratom. So what they've done is they've taken kratom, totally legal substance, which has a different effect on its own as the plant, and they've turned it into an opiate. That's the problems that are really going on here. 30 times stronger than morphine. Fentanyl is like 1,000 times stronger or something like that. But there's a lot of things that you don't know about that if you knew about it, then you would say, oh, weed's nothing. Weed's never been a problem, because it hasn't been. So just take my word for it. Weed hasn't been the problem. Weed culture has been. And that's what we want to stomp out by making it legal. Yeah, I don't know the right people for that. Nighthawk says, maybe you don't know the right people for that. You're right. I don't know the people that are doing stuff in the darkness, in the scummy type of people. I don't talk to those people. Is that what people around me think? They see me riding on the bike. I talk to people that deal with that stuff. I don't talk to anyone. You know what I mean? I'm the loner. I go out and I earn my money. I go buy my food, buy my $10 vape. When I can find it for $10, I stay to myself. So no, I've never been a druggie. I don't hang out with anybody. So I don't party. No. Why do I want to be introduced to those people? That makes no sense. I want to make weed legal in a shop, regulated, buy it from the store. That's the answer. That's not even a discussion. What you were talking about before was, what is it? Money and food. Oh, I know somebody that can get you some good food. As long as I can keep working, as long as I have the tools to work, I go and I make the money. If I had more tools, I'd go make more money. That was my point with this. The beginning of it is, did you lose faith in Trump? If you did, that's too bad. It's too bad. So sad. Because look at Trump winning. So the shop that I've been going to is there's a place in Eustis, which like there's 3 shops that I visited that's nearby within like 10, 12 miles. And so I was able to find one finally at a shop that's all the way 12 miles away. So I have to go 12 miles away to find the specific pens that I know what's in them and it's safe to actually get it. So I have to go like, and then I have to use like, 3/4 of a battery to do that. It kind of sucks, but it's worth it. I could go right down the street, but I keep getting those pens and it's like, it just has a bad reaction. Well, so like, okay, so he says the store is in there, you can't buy them. No, you normally can't like buy these just at any store. It's the whole thing is in 2018, Trump passed the 2018 Farm Bill, which states that you can have under 3% THC derived cannabinoids in your product. Now, what this did was this loopholed people to be able to smoke low grades of hemp. So this is low grade hemp. It's as low as you can get without actually, not smoking it. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter. What are you talking about? Like, you have not been watching my channel? I'm saying Trump world order, hell yeah. The whole point of this video really was the AI aspect of it. Everybody's like, oh no, Trump's helping usher in AI. That's right. That's what he's doing. And I have no problem with it. Why? So people can, have a taste of real accountability. Reward good behavior. Find out where the bad behavior is. Stop rewarding the bad behavior. There's a lot of people that have bad behavior behind the scenes and they're doing all these things and you see, oh, that's such good behavior, but they're robbing somebody to go and do that behavior and you're just continuing to support that and you don't even realize it that you're against the wrong people and you are supporting the wrong people at the same exact time. There's so many people that are misled. You thought that I'm a druggie. Oh, you haven't been here for months. Well, when I was talking about this stuff before, I thought I was pretty straightforward with it. I've explained it a billion times already. That no, I am not into drugs. I think, I understand drugs. I've done certain things, done acid, shrooms, ecstasy, DMT. I did extremes over 15 years ago, like just about 15 years ago. This is a while ago, long time ago. But these weren't addictive chemicals that I had done. I had a one moment with, he doesn't start the wars. What are you talking about, man? Are you 42? Well, you haven't done enough of the research yet, sir. Sir, keep calling me sir. You haven't done enough of the research quite yet. And once you find out the reality of the situation, we have been at war ideologically with these Middle Eastern entities It can't even be just the country because it's not really the country of Iran. These entities that are decentralized all over the Middle East since before George Bush. It's been over 50 years. It's been a long time. What is it, like 46 years or something? But basically, this has been a problem from the beginning of time for thousands of years between them and Israel. So Israel is at threat at all times. People want to say, oh, we shouldn't support Israel. And it's like, do you understand? It's 9 million people surrounded by 500 million people around them that at any time, if they wanted to, they could just go bat, smack them in their head and, they'd be out. He's not starting wars. We're protecting a country from basically genocide. You had people, October 7th, I think it was, on 2022 or something. I forget the exact year. But basically you had a 9/11 style attack happen in the southern border of Israel. They went over the border, rushed a beach, rushed people's homes, stole people, kidnapped people, ended people's lives. It was nasty things that had happened. And people forgot that already. They started a war. That's why Israel was bombing into Gaza. They weren't trying to hurt Palestinians. They were trying to go after the terrorist cells that were sitting in that country, also terrorizing the Gazans that were there. What Trump said was evacuate the center areas. They sent pamphlets. Israel sent them pamphlets to tell them to get out of the area so that they can take care of the terrorists. They didn't want to leave. He was trying to take over Iceland. When did he try to do that? I think you're misinformed. You mean he's trying to take over Greenland, which we are still trying to do it. It's like a why not? That's a North American asset. Yep, we want Greenland. We also want Canada. Canada would be better off. Cuba's coming. Venezuela's on our side. We're cleaning house, dude. Trump is winning for us. Trump is making America great. Again. Greater than we've been before, in my opinion. Because we're also a lot kinder. We could have just completely taken out Iran. We didn't. Because we wanted to find a solution, a peaceful solution. That's what we're looking for, is peace. And Trump was consistent with that. Amazing. Amazing man. He's a very good example of a person that stays true to his word, stays stable. His mind's stable. He's doing it, and he's not like left and right every day. He's like, this is how we're going to do it, and we're going to get it done. We're going to put every bit of our power behind it. He wanted to build a ballroom. He got $300 million funded into it. And then he needs another $1 billion. Why? Because he wants to make it a fortress. Because he wants to put everything behind it. He's like, yeah, we're going to get this done. And he's doing it. He's inspiring. You want to see a great world, continue to support Trump. Because he's probably the only one that can really get these things back on track. And we only got a couple of years left. Don't take it for granted. What I was saying earlier is that Trump can't do it all. Greenland belongs to Denmark. No, not necessarily. Oh, Greenland hasn't been claimed. I'm talking about it belongs to Denmark. That's what they're claiming. That's what that's what Denmark wants to claim. That's what certain people within Greenland want to claim, but that's all Greta Thunberg shit. We're not listening to Greta Thunberg. Sorry, Greta Thunberg is not in charge. America is in charge again. And China. We're partnering up with China. Do you realize what's going on? Do you see what's happening? We're about to partner up with China. We're about to partner up with the Asiatic regions. This is huge. This is monumental. His visit with China, Trump went about it way more maturely than I would have. Because I'd have been like, China, you guys fucked our country up with fentanyl really bad. Well, guess what? They've taken action now to curb chemicals that can be used to create any sort of drugs within our country. So we're partnering up with China now. India didn't want to play with us, didn't want to play ball. So we're partnering up with Saudi Arabia. We got UAE on our side. We got places that we didn't expect to get on our side. So we got really good support out there. We got Germany changing their tone. They're like, well, we really don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Do you hear them? We really don't want that to happen too much. Okay. After we're pulling out 5,000 troops. Only after. And we were going to bring those over to Poland. Now, Denmark is yesterday's news. The only reason why Denmark feels like they're relevant in any way is because they had control over the world at a different point in time. They're no longer in charge of the world. They're irrelevant. Denmark is irrelevant. A lot of these Scandinavian countries are irrelevant. Norway, irrelevant. I'm Norwegian. Norway is irrelevant. Sweden, irrelevant. Switzerland, irrelevant. Poland, very relevant. Why? Because they actually secured their borders and, they're not that friendly with Russia. They're kind of holding the front for the entire Western world. Now, you would think if you're a Trump supporter, then you're totally on Russia's side. I'm not. I'm not saying Russia's, a friend. I'm also not saying that China was a friend, but they might have just become a friend because they might have seen that America is not just a bunch of weaklings. So China has changed their tone quite a bit, I think. There's another reason why they changed their tone is because, we kind of realized that Taiwan isn't really our deal. We're not going to really go out of our way to protect Taiwan. We will go out of our way to protect Japan. It's a different story. Philippines, different story. But Taiwan, it's too close to China to be like, yeah, we're totally going to go and just put all of our resources in defending militarily Taiwan, this little tiny island over there that's hard to access. We're doing huge things. Trump's doing huge things right now. These things are like actually making a change. I haven't made any serious videos in about a month, but I'd say that this is a more important video to talk about the situation we're in right now. There's cogs of the wheels that have moved. We've seen a few teeth, move over. And we're seeing things come together. Greenlandia is mainly run. We don't care. I don't care. It's Denmark, dude. Denmark is fucking useless. It's pointless. Denmark is about as relevant to the world as Pompeii is. It doesn't exist. Nobody cares. Norway is more important than Denmark. They have nothing to offer. They have what? Farmland? But we got that in Ukraine too. If we could solve this shit in Ukraine, then we got access to farmland in Ukraine. That's really the big question. That's the real big Ukrainian question to be had. If we solve Ukraine, will we get access to that farmland? That's the big question. That's funny that somebody like that has seen my YouTube and talked to somebody in a totally different country, saw that fucking shit with those people. That dude that fucking swerved at me, I chased him down. That's funny as hell, dude. Somebody actually saw that and see my fucking videos. Interesting. Greenland will never belong to the USA. Fact. Trump is losing supporters. No, he's not. That's all made up. You can't gaslight. You can just imagine that. You can imagine it if you'd like, but it's not the truth. Trump's support is stronger than ever. And we've got a lot of women's support now because women have realized that other women have kind of destroyed it for them. They wanted to just girls just want to have fun. Like girls just want to have fun, and like if you're gonna put too much responsibility on the woman to give them too much choice and leadership and all these things, then they're not having fun anymore. You've put too many things on their shoulders. They don't want to do that anymore. So that's why the liberal side is losing support from women. They hit 28. They hit that wall. At this point, it's 28. Now they're turning 28, and they're like, they have to think, do I become some dark, OnlyFans going to do whatever the fuck everybody demands me to do? Or am I going to, maybe marry a man or something? They have that choice. And they realize that the men are harder to get than they think. The real men, the men who would actually respect them, people who would actually work hard for them. If there was a woman that I could work with, oh my God, I could get so many things done. That's what I needed in the last years of my life. But she wasn't available because she was just, under the table slopping on knobs. That was her thing. And she got all this extra money and then she went and spent it on China. I mean, it's like, it's kind of ridiculous, the situation that we're in. And, other females realize that that's what happened. I think that they're starting to realize that that's what happened. Yeah, all the chicks that had it, they gave it away. All the people that you supported, they gave it away. So now we kind of need to, just cut that off. Trump was doing that with TikTok. Recent polling suggests, I'm not on the polls, so the polls don't they don't matter to me. I'm seeing more support for Trump than ever, and in the way that people are speaking. So the people who do support Trump are more outspoken about it and stronger in their convictions. They know exactly why they support him. So no, the support for Trump has not died. It's just that maybe the Trump haters want to fall deeper into TDS delusion, Trump delusion syndrome. You're listening to polls that are made by selected people. They were selected. They're all sitting in the same talk booth or whatever, and they're like, hey, yeah, you're here, you got a lot of money to make it here to begin with, but we're going to ask you a question. So we're going to ask all the rich folks the question. That's the biased kind of polling that you're getting that from. I'm not part of that poll. I've never been part of these polls. I've never been asked the question. So I know that automatically the polls are already slanted in the wrong direction. Just add another 20, 50 points to Trump on top of whatever you're seeing in the polls, and it'll start making sense, or it'll actually line up with the truth. So don't get it twisted. Support for Trump has only grown. It's grown in a different way. It's become stronger. People are stronger in their convictions. But the chicks need to wake up. The reason why they're not having any fun is because there were chicks that decided to ruin the fun for you. And the reason why I'm pissed is because of those chicks. I'm not pissed off at the ones that didn't have anything to do with it. We need to get over on this side of sensibility, the side away from liberals at this point. And conservatives too. Stop with this whole left and right shit. The pendulum isn't healthy. It's kind of how we got into this problem to begin with. I can't tell where that sound's coming from. It's a very narrow-minded way of thinking. Okay, so Nighthawk, Epstein supports him indeed. Why did Trump set up a literal museum for the Epstein documents for all to go and view them in person? If he was ever connected with Epstein in any way, why would he have given the go-ahead, the clearance to pass those files along to the rest of us? If he was connected, if there was anything in those files. Have you found anything in those files that says that he did anything wrong?
look, Trump didn't used to support bringing back the trade skill jobs. That was a result, a side effect result to his policies, less regulations. He can't directly support things unless he's actually giving funding towards that. There has been no funding given towards any work that I wanted. There was funding given towards the COVID situation. Trump had just got into office at that time. He can't do anything in the first year that he got in there. And then for the rest of his 3 years that he's in there, he's getting prosecuted for shit that he didn't even do. Russia collusion bullshit. He was in and out of the courtroom all the time over so many stupid things. He was held back every step of the way. You had the Congress against him. You had the House against him. The guy hasn't been able to get anything done. This is the closest that he's been able to do to be able to get anything done recently. He's done a lot. He's done very impressive things. And you can see that the president doesn't have overlord control over everything. He can't just magic wand save everything, because in order to save his look, he would have to do that currently, and he would have already done it. If he had a magic wand, then he'd go ding and make everything look good. That's what he would do right now. But he can't, obviously. So after all the work that he's done, he's now reached a point where he can actually start moving some gears. He's got, JD Vance on the case with the fraud situation, might even be deporting Ilhan Omar. There's some fucking waves being made. And then you have to understand there's like a two-stage, not two-tier, there's like two stages of intelligence when it comes to the law. You have the federal law, and then you have the state law, and then you even have the county law, which is, different story. But you have, there's like a passing along information that is like bottlenecked, and only it's got like they selectively pass that information off. So there's a lot of people that are misinformed. Half the problem in society today is the lack of reporting. So there's not enough people reporting the problems. Why? Because when a company screws us on our subscription, we're just like, hey, give us that money back. And they're like, all right, here you go. But what happens with the person that doesn't do that? Or they word it incorrectly, and the person's like, well, it's against our terms, and then they just get fucked over anyways. There's a lot of people that have been getting fucked over and they don't get noticed. Skilled, trade jobs, yeah, that would have been a side effect, but that's not what he campaigned on. He campaigned on just in getting the economy set right in general. And then he was hit with COVID at the very end of his presidency after all of it. So even at, he had a couple of months left that he could have signed off some executive orders and for us to, be able to handle the next 4 years. Then he gets hit with fucking COVID, and all these local ordinances want to shut everything down. And then they're like demanding the federal government, the federal government needs to shut it down too. And then Florida is like, fuck no, we're not shutting this shit down. Like, there was a battle, dude. There was a battle. You haven't seen this battle this whole time? You're sitting there like there was a promise that wasn't kept. If he kept any promises at this point, after all we've gone through, that's good enough for me. But he's done a lot more than that. He's looking at world peace right now. That's what I'm saying. Trump world order. But it's mostly like the next order will be AI. So people are critical of Trump's AI infrastructure funding. And rightfully so. And for a good reason. I mean, it is happening. Yeah. They're like, oh, he's going to reset everything to AI. So yeah. And we're talking behind people's backs. And we're profiting off of people behind their backs. You know what I'm saying? Like, no more of that shit. Full transparent internet. Everybody gets to see the truth. That's the future. Full accountability. More like China. I wasn't surprised to see Trump to go the partnering up with China route, but that's basically what he did. We're on good terms with China now. China. Only reason why we have to be is because look at what they're capable of. They already have AI that's better than ours. Their AI is better. So, I'm sorry. So, ChatGPT, their AI got shittier. Claude's got way shittier. And then I checked out DeepSeek. Like, whoa, that's beautiful. So, yeah. And it was all just handing off processing power to one company over another one. They are doing dark trades for sure. That's what it has to be. What has to be going on behind the scenes with the AI companies is they're handing off and they're basically money laundering by selling each other bits of like processing power. Like they remotely access their processing power, and so they don't have to move any actual infrastructure. They're building these new data centers. You got a 40,000-foot data center being built in like Idaho or something. Every country has shit better than America. America has a lot of rich people and dumbass citizens, and that's absolutely true. But it's not because America's a terrible system or anything. It's because of the people that got away with a lot of shit, and it just takes a lot of awareness to overcome it. So if you're just here to troll, I mean, that's your goal, is to troll, and I see that. Your goal would be to just naysay and just to cause chaos. So I mean, like that's your goal. But for somebody who does come to the channel and that wants to see the truth, they will see the truth, because I will continue speaking the truth. And the truth is, nothing's going to be perfect. But this dude has fought the hardest for us, and he didn't have to. So, and thank God he is the president and not someone else, because they'd be doing a lot more. AI data infrastructure could have been fixed. It could have been different, but hey, it is what it is. The people that wanted to keep people like me down, that's literally the result. Now, this is the result of people trying to keep other people down, because there would be other better selections. You know, normally if you see weakness and you can put them in power, then and you can control them, that's how the old generation did it. This new generation are a bunch of idiots, because they're like, well, I'm just going to make sure that that person never gets into power. Then you're going to have a very strong shark in power instead, and you're not going to be able to take them down. You have no control now. You have just relinquished your control. By making sure that somebody else doesn't have, you have now just ensured that you don't have as well. Just understand that. That's the consequence. You try to affect others, you're tearing the whole structure down. We're on one planet. You try to tear the rest of the world down, you're also tearing down yourself. That's the ground that you live on. That's the foundation of it all. Trump's trying to build a foundation. We don't have a country if we don't have a foundation of Americans, citizens. This guy. Troll. We've got Trump haters in the house and they're trolls. But, you know, you can't go based on, somebody had said trade jobs was his thing. That's what he was going to fix. No, that would have been a byproduct of what he was doing. That would have been a secondary thing. That would have been, you know, just the slag that was left over. We're supposed to be able to build full businesses, build, you know, multi-million. We should all be millionaires at this point. We would have been able to code ourselves into the next generation. Nobody wanted to bother to tell me, hey, you just open up a notepad file in Chrome. Nobody wanted to talk to me, to, you know, have a conversation with me for fucking, you know, my entire life. So I'd never heard how to open up a file in a browser, and then that's how I run the code after I've written the code that I know how to write. I just don't know how to open the code, but nobody wanted to tell me about that because I'm not cool enough to have conversations with people. But you know what I'm saying? Keep other people down and you're going to have a destroyed kind of society. So you kind of chose it.
what it looks like to me is this is hype goblin shit. This person right here, this Nighthawk person, says Trump, it's the last time as a president and you know it. Okay. What does that mean? That sounds like somebody that has a mental deficiency is speaking to me, and they just like lost their train of thought. Because what were you implying by that? Trump is the last time Trump's going to be a president. So, what is you implying? Each president has blood on their hands, in my opinion. Just look at the list of unofficial wars each year, and yeah, that's absolutely true. But you know, inherently, every president has blood on their hands because there's things that the military does that, you know, the president doesn't have all the briefed information before they go and they, you know, hit launch. But in this situation, Trump doesn't have blood in his hands with Iran. What are you talking about? But he doesn't have blood in his hands when it comes to Gaza. What? Biden has blood on his hands. Look, Russia had a lot of power to be able to just decimate Ukraine if they wanted to. And they didn't. And Biden did everything that he could to continue to outrage Russia and to give Ukraine weapons and basically just advance our military presence over there through giving them weapons. All right. Now they're doing drone warfare. Once that drone warfare hits us, it's toast. It's done. That was started by Biden. That's the biggest problem right now is the drone race. Drone warfare race. Just like AI, just like, you know, the race to the moon, all these technological races, drone technology has become a technological race. All right. And that, if you want to complain about some blood on their hands, Biden's got a lot more blood on his hands because we've been pumping up Ukraine, which pumped up the development of new weapons and pushed Russia to want to continue to build the Sarmat 2, which, I mean, like that, I guess that also kind of goes back to us not following up with the peace treaty. But I forget exactly how that went. I think Trump might have had something to do with it. So, you know, he doesn't look really good on every single front. But, you know, there are some things that Trump has done wrong. But then again, he could be playing 4D chess in ways that I couldn't even imagine. The whole blood in his hands. I mean, fuck, man. You want to talk about blood on their hands? You want to talk about China and the blood on their hands? For 6 straight years now, or longer, actually, no, like 8 straight years now, from what I know, there's just been fentanyl deaths over and over and over again. Ever since I heard about one person from my past had fainted from fentanyl, and then another person in the news, and then I'm like, whoa, this is a thing. That was like probably 8 years ago. And it might have been going on even longer before that. But that was because China wasn't regulating their exports. And they still really don't regulate their industry at all. They regulate the speech there. They regulate against jaywalking and all this. But they don't want to regulate their markets. You can buy everything bootleg there. You go to Beijing, straight in the middle of fucking the entire world of China. You go in the middle of China, you could buy anything bootleg. Tons of computer parts. You need NVIDIA chips, but you need them not NVIDIA chips, you know, not straight from NVIDIA. You could still buy them. You just have to buy them from brokers. You got to buy them secondhand. Go look at Gamer Nexus. Gamers Nexus, I think it is. If you watch his videos, he gets into all that. Talks about the money laundering that's gone between all these chip companies. And there's a lot of people that have talked about that lately, but because it's been lately a big thing in the last 8 months. 6 to 7 months or 8 months or so. But yeah, we're going to be overrun by AI. People can't get along, and people want to be robots. That's your choice. You're going to be a robot in the future. AI will pay you Instead of the government, it's going to be AI, and you're just going to have to be a human being. And then when the AI says your store today is going to change from taking a picture of this plant to now you got to walk a mile, or now you got to jump up really high, or some stupid shit. And then it's going to turn into now you got to complete this job. And that's the future of society. That's kind of how China's already doing it. Everything that they do is online. It's all digital. The only real things that they're doing offline are, their barter and trade and shit. I miss when China did movies and China history. Now, China's going to change its tone. Like I said, though, things change. So China might be on our side right now. They might be actually trying to work with us. So we might be seeing a new horizon coming soon, a new partnership with China. Because I wasn't on board with we need to defend Taiwan. I'm like, that little fucking island over there, they've already defended themselves. They can't continue to defend themselves. They haven't done enough to control the markets or whatever they have to do to be a dominating force in the region. All right, it's just that simple. I'm sorry. Taiwan should be able to defend itself. And on top of that, the chip making should be brought over to America. And that's one of the things. So we've gone from this whole trade skill thing. The trade skill jobs are there. Oh my God, the jobs are out there. You just need all the tools. You need all the, you need all the materials before. You need the suppliers. You need that, the full set. You need a full set of everything before you go to build something. The whole plan, the blueprint. You got to have credentials, permit, access, so you can get the permit fast. You got to do all these things now that are just all these extra things. That's the problem with trades, is that you're either doing handyman work, which is hit or miss. Sometimes it's an easy fix. Sometimes it's a fix that you're not going to be able to fix unless that homeowner has extra money, which is a lot of the times not the case. Or you're working for the Jay Reed. Somebody in the chat, they showed me Jay Reed's channel. He was talking about the mechanics quitting en masse, especially from these dealership hubs where they go and they fix up cars at the dealerships. Those mechanics are quitting because the salespeople are getting the bulk majority of the profit. The whole tradesman class is destroyed too. You're either a handyman or you own the manufacturing of that vehicle at this point. That's the future. You will own nothing and you will be happy, or you will make it yourself. You don't make it yourself, then you don't own it. I'll be right back. Wow. Wow. So interesting.
I should have already had this like totally done by now, but I'm just sitting here like I hope I didn't miss anything. Here, I'll put this out here. You guys can watch me finish this. Yeah, I've never been a drug addict. I felt the pull. I took my teeth when I got my teeth removed. Dude, I feel like a monkey right now. Where the fuck? Oh, there it is. There's no way that I'm doing that wrong. There's no fucking way that I'm putting a derailleur on wrong right now. This thing is so fickle. Maybe it's because that's too tight. No. What is wrong with this right now? Perfect. Yeah, so Trump isn't the, he's not going to be the great savior. I've already said what he can do is he can help us be great saviors to our own society, to our own community. That's the whole point. Right, Kitty? Meow. This is the best time right now to make a business when things are crashing. They're like, oh, well, Trump's destroying everything. No, even if he was destroying things, this is the best time to start a business. Because other people's businesses failed because they were too dependent on funding. They were less dependent on the actual product being good. They're just getting free money. Look around. This is the best time to be doing that. Every entrepreneur has always said that. Start a business when it crashes. Everything's cheaper. Go watch The Economic Ninja. They'll tell you all about it. They'll tell you how every bit of money that he's made, it's always been during a crash. The biggest amounts of money that he's made, biggest wins were after a crash when he was buying stuff in the housing market. I think he jumped too far ahead because now he's like talking a little bit too much about XRP. A lot of people were talking about XRP. I don't think it's going to be anything. Crypto is kind of dead right now. Sadly. I do have some on Shiba Inu right now. I don't know how long I'm going to be sitting on that trade. I'll probably sell it at some point soon. I really, 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 really hope that that was the problem. Now I can go earn some money and go get 2 more tires so that the next time that somebody wants to leave trash on the ground, when I run over it, I can change my tire again. Because, you know, I'm not as responsible just because I don't have the vehicle. When I was in the vehicle, I was still getting popped tires. Don't get me wrong, I had 2 popped tires in a year. You're still getting popped tires in a vehicle, in a full box-sized vehicle too. So this isn't just because I'm on a bike, I'm getting the popped tires. Because people are leaving their fucking trash in the back of the vehicles. I'm getting popped tires in a tire on a regular vehicle, on an automobile. I had to replace my fucking tire twice in a year because somebody else on my last SUV, because somebody else left trash in a parking lot. It's always been in a parking lot. So it doesn't matter where I'm at, what vehicle I'm in. Just because I'm not in a vehicle right now, it doesn't change the fact that people are leaving their fucking, you know, shit on the ground. I get a pop tire whether I'm in a vehicle or not in a vehicle. It doesn't matter. The whole point is that people that have jobs are not doing their jobs properly, and there's a lot of gaslighting and blowing fucking fake smoke. When they're robbing grandma $15,000 fucking dollars, they can take a little bit of time to clean out their vehicle too. They really didn't need to charge that much. It's the price gouging all over the construction industry. Price gouging. Grandma shouldn't be paying that fucking much for something. She paid her taxes. Doing the same shit that these landscaping companies did to me, gaslight me, like, we can't afford to pay you more because all these foreigners are in the country. Holy shit. Are we gonna do anything about the foreigners? Oh, we can't really do much, we're just doing business as usual. What the fuck? We have to compete with all these other landscaping companies. I gotta compete the other fucking foreigners too then. We're in it together. What the fuck, dude? Line up. It's not as easy as it looks. Dude, line up. So when I got the flat earlier, if I hadn't noticed the flat on time, and I have a bad crash out, I can bust this rim. I won't even be on the fucking road anymore. Dude, there's got to be something wrong with this thing because it's not lining up and it's too fucking high up. Dude. There's something fucking wrong with this. Why is it not sitting right? Get it in now? Apparently can. But yeah, if everybody just keeps running around like, yeah, I got stuff and that person doesn't, and yeah, hell yeah. Well, that's not really getting anything done, is it? You're not really building your house around you. You know, you're not building a foundation in society. That's kind of how we got to this point. And other countries are laughing at us because they're not doing that. In India, they're not doing that. They're just getting on with life, dude. They're just building. That's why they're out producing. That's why they're outperforming us on babies and population. They fucking cook food with their hands. They have a high trust society over there, man. Talking about a religiously high trust society. India is the one. Okay, there we go. It's kind of concerning considering that I had to tap the thing into place. Shouldn't have had to do that. So that means it might be out of line, I'm not sure. Out of alignment. Yeah, but that's half the problem too, is gossiping. People talking about me behind my back. Well, that's a problem. Weed? You're gonna complain about weed? The fucking one thing I do. I don't even drink. We're having a revival of common sense. Weed's not bad. Alcohol, isn't so great for you. Drugs are bad. Weed isn't really it's not a drug. That's not what it's for. It's see a bunch of people hanging out in front of the wall, blowing fucking smokes of, big clouds of blunt smoke in people's faces. That's an issue. Those people do not represent just a regular weed smoker. That's that pot culture where it's just not really what people are smoking weed for. I don't have to hang out with somebody to smoke weed. In fact, I don't want to hang out with people when I smoke weed. It's not a thing. It's like I can hang out with them or not. Doesn't matter. I just want to smoke weed. Every time I do that, I'm risking destroying my back. As long as I do it a certain way, it's not as risky. Not that impressive. Who knows if the thing will pop in the next 2 hours. So at the end of the day, I wanted to just succeed with no help at all. I didn't even want somebody to give me a fucking place to live. That's why I went and I slept in parking lots and at a farm. I was begged to go, just stay with the family, make things easier for yourself. No, I want to stay by myself. That's how, independent I want to be. That's where I was at. And, things got fucked up, and now I'm in this situation again. Where I'm at a house, and I don't want to live anywhere at somebody's house. When I go to somebody's house, I want to say, hey, how you doing? Something that I can help you with. Make it a humble experience. Meg.
Mega. Mega. This is one of the first ones. This is genuine. It's real deal. One of my most prized possessions. No, I won't sell it. I know you guys wanted to buy it, but Trump hat, not for sale. Dude, should I like wear that tonight? That sucks because that's a main road that I use. And if I keep running over shit on that road, that's going to be an issue. So I set this thing up to where I can reset it a little bit higher. That's what I'm doing.
What's that? What I think it is? Unnamed bullet. Like, how could you not support such a beautiful movement? Make your country great again? What's wrong with that? You know what I'm saying? Mega. No, this is not sitting into position quite right. I wanted it. Okay. No. Trump world order around here. These parts. pretty good. That's again right. Yeah, anybody who's saying that they know me or something around here, there's nobody that actually knows me. Nobody talks to me. Yeah, if there's people that are mad because like they just don't have much of a life. Isn't that easy to do? All right. That's right. Make America great again together. Megan. Oh, together. Perfect. Looks sexy in this hat. Alright, I'm back at it. I have the dash on.
This time I'm not going all the way out there. Like, you know, that's what pulls me back from like going all the way out and doing these long hauls all the way to a different city. It's like I'm straight. Yeah, that's interesting. Without any sort of actual signs, no red flags to say that somebody's actually on drugs. They're thinking that that person's on drugs. That's insane. There must have been multiple people. That's why, you know, nobody will come up to me to talk to me. It's because people think that because I smoke weed, I'm some kind of drug addict. That's insane, dude. You got people in houses snorting perks and they're subscribed it. They're just like, oh, my back hurts a little bit. And they get fucking like whole bottlefuls of perks and they just go throw it down their nose. Like, some of them even throw it into spoons. It's gross. So, spoons, they put it in their body in a different way. Weed is not the problem. Weed is the solution. Weed is the thing that makes, like, there's no excuse for somebody to be on any other drug if weed's available. Because there's different types of weed that you could smoke. There's an upper type of weed. There's a downer type of weed. There's a mixed type of weed. There's no excuse for you to be on a chemical that will end your life if weed's available. It's automatic. It kills the argument of that's all I can get. 100%. You know, Trump got the half the right idea. He was told, bro, we need to make this industrially available. So he made the Farm Bill, 2018 Farm Bill. Well, that didn't necessarily go far enough, and it actually caused a couple of different types of issues. Unintended consequences. Dude, I feel like I'm going to get another flat. And it's just going to be a steady flat until I don't have any money left. Go pull it, just the same cycle, pull it back out of crypto so I can pay for this. Instead of getting a loan, you know, if I had a loan for the things that I need, I wouldn't be having these problems, you know? Come on, DoorDash, dude. This is the problem. I'm sitting here for 20 minutes waiting for an order. There should be somebody that wants to eat something or wants to order something. I guarantee it. There's somebody that needs something right now. And they're waiting for somebody to get closer to that store. Just give me the freaking order. So, right, weed is the solution. Like I said, I'll say that again. 8 miles. I hope it doesn't bring me down. It's gonna bring me down that fucking same road, dude. I have to. If I don't accept it, my acceptance rating will go down and then I won't get any orders. that might happen is if you you legalize cannabinoids, and that includes HHC, you know. That's why I don't fuck around, wait for other cars to go, because that was insane, you know? What is that person gonna say? I'm getting one item, and then I'm riding it 7 miles, I think. 7 miles. Eight point something miles for $7. Wow, that's freaking amazing. 8.5.
Come on, let's roll. Bell, come on, Bell.
That one does not feel good. Again, one bag of chips. That's it. So it's gonna cut out this over.
Come on, bro. So it suggested one bag, and I chose the other bag. Nice job, Dan.
So unfortunately, because this thing doesn't work properly, I can't switch it over to screencast, but basically I'm screencasting. I want to collect some diamonds. Back in a few months. I don't have any batteries. I do need the money, but I can't have my dash on and see a 15-mile order and then can't accept it. My rating goes down to 75% acceptance. Because I'm like, I haven't been accepting too many because there's been such crappy deliveries. And also because I'm saying 15-mile deliveries for $10 and I don't have enough battery for that much. You saw what I have to do. I gotta zoom to these places like I'm in a vehicle. I gotta make sure that I'm going fast enough. It's dangerous. Everything that I'm doing is dangerous. I feel a wobble on my tire, and I shouldn't feel a wobble. Like I literally just put a new tube in there. I set the tire perfect. It wasn't wobbling, now it's wobbling. This is so annoying. Alright, so I'll be back on a new stream.